Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So, without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're doing more Insignia Dev and working on bits and pieces around the game. Particularly this morning, I'm working on the input system so that I can separate the player actions from menu actions and supporting a new input configuration system. So that's fun. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here. We've got Magnus, Bilbo, Angrather, and Unicursal. How's it going? We are so close to 50k follows. We are 18 follows away. Maybe we'll cross that threshold in today's stream if we're really lucky. I want to say a big thank you to most recent follower, Agweber, and most recent subscriber, Cyborg Chickmonk. Also a big thanks to anybody like you on YouTube. How's it going? Okay, we've got a team meeting in like 50 minutes with a show and tell. But until that time, let's keep working on input systems. So, very, very brief explanation of what was happening and what is happening now. So, one sec. So previously the way I had this set up was that I had everything kind of bound to virtual gamepad buttons in like kind of alignment with a Super Nintendo controller. So there was a jump button, there was a roll button, there was a attack button, and there was a special button. And all of these buttons were hard-coded to their feature. So start was always the pause button, up, down, left, right, the shoulder and trigger. They're not remappable in the game by design inside of the keyboard, inside of the gamepad configurations. But if you're using a keyboard, right, something like this, well, then the issue is, what if I want my buttons to be like different, right? Like there's no reason why this button, which is jump and menu accept, should be the same button on the keyboard. As in, if I want to jump in the game, accepting something in the menu shouldn't necessarily have to be the same button as the jump button. It just happens to be that way on a controller because that's convention. But what I want to be the case is that players can not only bind different keys to the same action, but different actions to the same key. That's something that has always been possible to set up in the game because I'm using Rewired. But because of how I'm routing the inputs through the game logic, right now, everything is still pretty much mapped directly to this like gamepad sort of architecture, where it's thinking about the jump button instead of thinking about the menu forward action. So that's what I've been working on today. I also got rid of a bit of a security vulnerability to do with the binary formatter that I was using to store gamepad configurations. Like if players changed the keyboard or the gamepad inputs, those configurations were saved in binary formatted files, which is not great. Instead, I'm using JSON, which is just much safer, and human readable, which is, what you want in this context. So what our job is today is to continue to use rewired to disambiguate from buttons to actions. That's how the new Unity input system works, and that's how rewired works. So that's our goal today. Now, I have to remember exactly where I was up to because it's been a little bit. Hey, Mr. Pizza Hunter. So, one sec. Alrighty. So, like this isn't great, but it's fine for now. What I really want to do is I've already done a bunch of stripping stuff out, and now I'm just trying to see if I can re-plug stuff in. And I'm not getting my menu confirmed option nothing's happening. So if I look at my input config, I can see that I don't have any menu buttons saved here. So I'm not sure this will do anything. There's a bunch of ways this could fail. So I need to just like sort of take step by step through, see what's calling what, and see where the buttons are actually getting polled. Now, first thing to do is to look at, I think I have it in context system. I have this thing where I'm checking through all of the buttons, and then I'm saying if that button's been pressed, then press that button on the menu in the game. So this is this is pretty good. We might want that. So if I'm pressing a button here, that's considered jump, attack, roll, etc. But that button is also, in this case, bound to jump. I mean, bound to continue. Now, this for loop doesn't have an exit. It doesn't have an early return. So actually it should call both of those in that context. So this input.getDown is kind of never giving us the menu input, which is this one here. And considering we're on a keyboard, then it's, now I'm using input.getKeyDown, but I don't think I should be doing that actually. I think it might just be get button down for rewired keyboards. Let me confirm that. So this is checking either or. Okay, either or. So we should be able to check this. And then this is saying, do we have a known controller? And known controller might be a bit of a block here because it's checking specifically for joysticks. So what I'm currently doing is I'm using the old Unity input system in conjunction with the new, with rewired, in a way that I probably shouldn't. I should just be using rewired for everything. So these get active, these just probably should just go. Which is, and I wonder, like this get button up, does this care? Wow, that is something crazy, huh? This, I wonder if this here, let's clear this and ask, is this rewired function get button, and we'll use get button down, going to poll the action no matter whether I'm using a keyboard or controller. And I'm trying to ask you the question. I'm not trying to. You shush. I'll ask you as codex. It does query the rewired action across whatever controller maps are enabled, but in your code it's gated. Yeah. Yeah. So actually, we need to take this known controller and see what's happening here. Instead, the distinction here has more to do with whether or not we're using a gamepad or a controller, not whether or not we have a known controller. I'm double binding. Actually, yeah. I mean, in some contexts, I'm double binding it. What about this? Like, is using gamepad? Okay. Pardon me. So check input is using gamepad. Is doing this. But even this is wrong. The get key down, get button down distinction is something that Rewired should be able to tell us automatically. And we can ask the right way to do this. Does Rewired have a way of telling if the last input was keyboard or gamepad? Rewired exposes this directly. Get last active controller. Yeah, so literally that will just replace all of this. And it's re-input, which I didn't even know existed. Dot controllers. And this is Boolean. It should be Boolean. Why was it void before? Using gamepad. Okay, sure. So using, if it was keyboard, using gamepad equals false. If it's joystick, if it's mouse, false. And then this is void. And then we don't need to actually return anything. Okay. So is there a count on controllers? I'm so bad at reading documentation that just having AI exist helps me be more learned in using Rewired, because I can just ask directly. Has keyboard, has joystick. Yeah. Now, those are some major changes I just made. I feel like this with any kind of input related stuff. It's like the whole game is underpinned by this system. If anything works after I make those changes, that's amazing. So that's fine. And then if I do this, yeah, it still works. Sick. So much of my dumb code is getting rewritten right now. I have so many functions in this script that are just like, check every possible button and tell me which one got pressed. And now that's all going away. I do play Tetris well. Deleting lines. So, like, even get key code from button, that's dumb. How are you registering a dictionary? In which, what's generally speaking? Or what do you mean? But anyway, I'm trying to get rid of all this stuff. This is all 2017 code. I see you have checked my art for 5K. Would you mind checking my input script? I don't mind. Sure. You could paste it in somewhere, some paste bin. Okay. So, if we go all the way back to the start of the game, and I press a button, and I press that, good. That's perfect. Amazing. First try. Now, back to... Oh, I also like changed all the names of these classes. This used to be called input config, and this used to be called input button. So I used to have to say input config.get button down, input config.get button down, open bracket, input config.input button.jump. Now I say inpt.get inpt.button.jump. So much lighter. All right, let's have a look. So this is Unity, and you're showing me. Hang on a second. Let me just. Can I copy all of this and bring it into VS Code? Okay, let's take a look what you got here. Hey, Tony Chopper. So this is your input reader. So just like what I'm working on right now, you've got one similar. And input reader is a reasonable name. Player inputs. These are the kinds of things that the player can be doing. And can I ask the question, is this input reader specifically for the player controller, or does this include menus? Is this like all inputs going into the game, or is this things that control the player character? Okay, good. So in that case, these are action buttons for the player. These are player-related inputs. I'm okay with that, and I like none as the first enum value. That's pretty good for a default. Yep. So you have a static input reader. Yep, you're using a singleton pattern. You have input actions, which is, we're going to find out what that is in a bit. Is using controller. Nice. I'm not sure if this needs to live here. Like this feels like something like where I'm checking is using controller is way higher up the architecture. I'm checking, I have like a global singleton that's checking like how many players we have, what controllers they're using. Whereas this is your character, you were saying. So maybe there's some separation of concerns here about like controlling the player character versus like what's happened. Because like you were saying before, your menus, they're going to need to know this same question, right? your menu needs to know if you're using a controller or not also, I guess. If you want to have like the glyphs for the different inputs in the menu, you're going to need to know like, oh, press X to move forward in the menu. So I'm imagining this is something you're going to need to know higher up. Serialized field, read only player inputs, buffered input. Okay. Buffer length, buffer timer. This I'm a little concerned about. Okay. There's more to this. Why? Well, because like I said, you might need to know if you're using a controller or keyboard. Like this question is a global question, I guess. It's because you will need to know what the input into the game and what device you're using is not relevant to the player character. The player character just needs to know instructions on what it's doing. But maybe not. Maybe I'm over. I mean, we haven't gotten very far yet, so I'm just gonna zip. What I would say is this I'm concerned about because it sounds like you're only buffering one possible button at a time. So if I buffer the jump button and then I buffer the attack button, you only let one of those be true. In Insignia, I buffer every button. Every button is a class that has the property of being able to be buffered. So you can be buffering jump and attack if you want. I mean, it's possible that you want it to be per button. Also, player inputs. This should probably just be input. The S makes it sound like it's a collection. Okay, what else? Yeah, all of these properties, the length, timer, all that stuff could probably be saved per button. Movement input, look input, sure. Movement input, vector 2. This is a little... I'm a bit confused about this. I guess this is just like a public-facing thing, and this is the backing variable. You've got a lot of different ways of setting. You got like a few different ways of doing properties here. I guess this one's got a getter and a setter, and this one's read-only. With this as a backing variable. Okay, that's fine. Last look input equals min value, sure. If jump is pressed, is cast pressed, is dash pressed, yeah, like these would be on the buttons, the different button objects that can be buffered. Like, is jump pressed could be in the same object that's doing this. Because like you're defining pressed values for all these different buttons. But like, who's to say you're not going to need like another button pressed later? I guess you've only got these ones here, but maybe you want if up pressed later. That feels like functionality that can be owned by all of them. Okay. Load game inputs happens just once on awake. Oh, okay, these are all actions. You're just subscribing to a bunch of events. I would probably do this if it was me, just because I like to see all my structure, especially if you have more than one thing. Multiple statements inside of one line feels it feels like you don't want your code to have that many lines of code, but you do want to have that much code in it. Is pressing, yeah. Again, this is something that I would do at the global level and pass down to the player character rather than poll this here, but it's fine. I do it. On buffered input, okay, buffer timer. See this buffer timer? This function, and it's just like it's a simple thing. I don't know what this does. Buffer is a verb here, so buffer the timer, which happens when? every update function. So is this tick buffer? Is this like countdown buffer? You know, it sounds like that's what's happening. So it could be decrement buffer. That's what that should be called. If it's happening every frame, you're decrementing. Or yeah. Even update buffer would be better. Consume input. Yeah, this is something that I do on, because all of my buttons are bufferable, whenever something accepts the buffer, it calls consume on that button, but that's fine too. You have, I was going to say you have no references, but I literally, it's in my, of course you don't, because I am using it. Relative movement input is a vector 3. Okay, are you flipping? Input direction, movement input, camera forward. Yeah, sure. Relative look input. That's all fine. Detect input device. Yeah, again, this is something that I would probably have outside of, if this thing is for player and not for game, I would put something that is for the whole game. This is where I would put that. Here, this thing and this thing. I'm interested a little bit in is using controller. Oh, okay, you're setting it here. Yeah, I do that sometimes. The input reader is for the whole game, but you mentioned before that it's not for menus. This is, I would be very careful about making a distinction in your naming conventions for player versus input globally. Like anything that includes menu, like in this context, you know, we were talking about, you have whole game, you have player, you have menu. Okay, this could be like player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. It could be different characters, right? This might be a bit different. The inputs going into the game are happening at this point here, right? So the whole game is kind of capable of checking, has a button been pressed? And then downstream from this, you're saying, okay, who is listening to this button press? You know, but this is where I would put like gamepad versus keyboard. Or maybe, I mean, depending on what we're trying to do, if you have some players using a keyboard and some players using a gamepad, does only player 1 control the menu? Is it a multiplayer game or is it single player? If it's single player, I would put gamepad versus keyboard at the top level, because inside of the menu, right, you might want to show a bunch of instructions or options. And right at the bottom, you might want to say, hey, square does, or, you know, the diamond button on your controller does this. Continue with diamond button. Now, you won't be able to do that if gamepad versus keyboard is down here inside of the character reader. It has to be at a thing that's global for you to know here which glyph to show next to the prompt. But you're saying that your thing that's currently called input reader, this thing is kind of doing these two jobs at the same time. Like it's, and you were mentioning before, like you've got these actions, jump, cast, dash. When you're trying to press OK on a menu, are you pressing jump? Or is it only mouse that you use to interact with menus? Can you interact with menus with the controller? If so, are you going to be saying like jump is to accept? See how that could be a bit awkward? That's currently what I'm fixing in Insignia today. Literally this problem is like, I'm checking if you pressed jump to know if I should save your video settings. So instead I should be checking to see if you pressed menu forward. You'll have a separate input reader section. Right, but now you kind of have like, what you're basically saying is that you don't have a whole game thing. You're implementing the same thing twice in two different contexts. You're gonna have to check here if you're using a gamepad or a keyboard, and you're also gonna check here if you're using a gamepad or a keyboard. If you're okay with that, I mean, that's probably viable. It's probably okay. It's just that all I'm saying is that these questions are common across these two domains. So if they're common, I would define them once in a common area. That's all. It sounds like you're saying you want modularity. And I'm saying you can have modularity, but you can also have even more modularity if you make it hierarchical. Because you're preserving single responsibility, but you're violating don't repeat yourself. A little bit. If you have to do these here and here. It's not a big deal. I think it'll be fine for now. It depends on how big your game is. I would do it the way I've described it. This is in a place called input, right? And this tracks globally, like in Unity, you have the Unity input system or rewired. There is one script I have that interfaces with those input systems for determining if a button's been pressed or which kind of input we're using, like, and then I have my player input controller, which is checking this stuff to determine what things, what virtual buttons the player character should be receiving, which go to actions. So like my player input controller says like, am I jumping? Check to see if I pressed the appropriate thing that is the jump action in the input profile. And whether or not it's a keyboard or a gamepad, that this guy doesn't know about that. This guy just says, am I jumping right now? Whereas this thing, it wants to do the same thing. It says like, am I pressing the button right now that tells me to select the current UI focus? These questions sometimes both have the same answer, which is that you pressed the south button on the gamepad. Right? This jumps and it presses forward on the menu. But neither of these two should know the difference or whether that's the same. They shouldn't care that it's the same button. They should just say, hey, I'm looking for this. I'm looking to know if I should do this thing. Whatever button or input or whatever, you tell me if that's happening right now. However, the concept of buffering, that's happening here. That's not happening here. So the idea of like the jump, whether jump is buffered, has nothing to do with whether or not like the Z key was pressed in my case. This says Z key was pressed. This has a thing called jump, which checks to see if the Z key was pressed and then fires the buffer at the player input controller level. So that looks like this. Player input control has like jump down, attack down, roll down, or whatever. And then it's got jump.buffer, special.buffer, whatever. So this is a buffered input. It's just a class that contains, like you had before, that pressed, how long it's been pressed for. I don't tick down. I just save how long when it was pressed and how long it's been since it was pressed. But it's fine to tick down. And this also has the confirm option inside of it. So I have buffered inputs and I have an input control. This is for the player. This is, well, actually input controls for anything in the game. Enemies have input controls too. But that's fine. That's just like a fighting game style way of thinking about enemies in games. So player input control says, hey, I have like a jump, I have an attack, those can be buffered. But this has no idea whether the player is using a a keyboard or a gamepad. This just goes, hey, is the jump instruction called right now? And this thing here says, hey, am I using a gamepad or a keyboard? So input versus player input, right? Whereas here, because you're kind of doing a lot of jobs in one script. I mean, it's fine. This is like how I started until like today. Like this is how I was doing it for the most part, or at least in 2020, I was doing it this way. And I'm like only refactoring when I have to. So I think like it's fine. Just think about where a head looks for you. Where might you need to disambiguate or split things? And if you are going to split things, how hard is it going to be when you have to do that? That's the part that I'm trying to resolve right now. Okay. We're doing input updates actually today as well. So literally that's what I'm doing today. I'm actually trying to decouple the gamepad button from the keyboard button from the game action. Because right now you can't have a different forward menu action from your jump button in the game. So if you rebind jump, select is also rebound. That's currently how it works in Insignia, but it shouldn't work that way. And also I did draw those. In every single part of my game where I'm checking to see if the player pressed the forward action on the menu, I'm checking to see if they press jump. It's not very good. So, we're still figuring out why this is happening. So when we go back to input, this is fine. Can input, not locked, button, return, get active access button. If it's a known controller, which means rewired recognizes it, yes. Then get button, okay, which means we should be doing this, okay? So get active button. This might now work. Let's go to here. There's a big distinction between the input manager and your game's way of interpreting input. Like, you need a script to use the input manager. You know what I mean? Like, this is downstream from that. But you could be asking, like, as opposed to rewired, you mean? Basically, like, my game's got a bunch of... I'm trying to support a more robust implementation of my game's features that relate to the input system. I don't use the Unity Input Manager anymore. I have rewired, but I haven't been using it very well. So there's the old input system, there's the new input system, and there's rewired. I purchased rewired before the new input system even existed. So, and it works pretty similarly. It has the concept of actions and different gamepad maps. They look so similar. I actually only know how to use this because I used the new input system once or twice. So it's fine. I just haven't been using this very well. The in-game implementation is not great. So I need for this to do something. And right now, it's pressing the jump button. Wait, no, but it is checking menu A, B, C, D. So when we call this, how come we're not getting menu ABCD ever? This should be calling that. So if I go to like almond behavior and I go to update and I just go debug.log, I should be able to get that. Hey, Rhyme. I hope so too. Yeah, so right now it's nothing. I'm not getting anything. Let's see if I do it with a gamepad. That might change something. Ooh, that's true. So actually, the gamepad is able to work out the menu button. If I go here and that will open that. Sick. Okay. So it's just the keyboard input. Interesting. If I go to the Rewired Input Manager and I check the keyboard maps and I check menu A, it's the Z key. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. I wonder if it's even detecting that though. I mean, it really is just doing player one dot get button down the button. So I'm not sure I can poll this any more deeply. I want to know if I can check if I want to know. I want to check what the current bound keyboard key is for the menu A action. How would I do this? This should be really straightforward. Let's just pop that. Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay. Hey, Sega Games. Welcome. What am I looking for here? F10. Nothing. Menu A has no keyboard binding for player 1. Well, that's not very good. Why? Keyboard maps. Default. Z, menu A positive. How is that wrong? This is an action. This is a key. Players. Player 1, player 2. Keyboard maps. Ah, I see. We don't have it. We don't have a keyboard map for player 1 or player 2. Oh, good. That was just a settings issue, not a me issue. Hey, we got it. Sweet. Amazing. Okay, good. Do I denounce Israel? It's quite a strong question for a programming game development stream. I would say I'm not afraid to answer that question though. I don't think I'd denounce Israel. I mean, I think there being a state of Israel is not necessarily a bad thing. So denouncing an entire country doesn't seem like it makes any sense. But that doesn't mean that I don't support the people of Palestine having their homeland. I think a two-state solution is possible. I don't think anybody has to be... I mean, in an ideal world anyway, you know? Obviously, the political reality is different, but that's not for me to decide. I just think, like, there's enough space on the planet for people to coexist in harmony. But it's a complicated place. As someone who is Lebanese, it's a sensitive topic. Okay. It does seem like rage baiting. Yeah. I don't think anybody, I mean, like, if there's no reason ever to antagonize an entire country, right? Like, the people who were born and raised in Israel, how if you're one of those people, how would you feel if someone said, I denounce you? You know, how are you going to have harmony if people said that they denounced your entire existence? That's not going to lead to any peace. So, ads first, support for menu, actions. Still whip. Why am I doing git inside of Singer? Okay, we have a team meeting right now. I've been making a massive mistake with these Google Meet meetings because they're so hard to name after the fact. I should really be naming them before the meetings. So I need to like do a new meeting here and then create a meeting for later, but I want to give it a name. New meeting, enter a code or nickname. So can I say like team stand up? Or like show and tell? I don't think that did anything. Thanks for the follows. Yeah. I want to be able to name the meetings without them being schedule and calendar for right now. Okay. I think that works. I'm going to have to do that. I'm just going to have to schedule them all. That would be the way to do that. Okay. So, I clicked a link just to do that. Bing, bing, bing. Done. Does that work? We're going to find out. Hey, it does work. Okay. One sec. Team show and tell. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Elias?
Oh, I'm doing well. And stuck in the middle of a blizzard.
Yeah, I heard New York was under. Is it the same in New Jersey?
Yeah.
Wow.
If anything, it's a little worse down south, but
They buried the lead in the snow. Well, I hope you're safe out there. It's like the worst snowstorm or storm in like over a decade or something like that over there.
maybe it's not that bad. I mean, maybe that might be true, but at least just feelings wise,
Right.
it's all right.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're not in imminent danger. And how you doing, Morgan?
I'm doing good. I'm now on antibiotics
Oh,
and
wow.
feeling better. So I'm hoping that fully clears me up, which it's looking promising.
Sweet.
But yeah, I'm good.
Nice. And Luca, how are you?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm doing it. Oh, not the best. I had a bit of a minor surgery.
Oh, wow.
Just on my face. I just had a mole removed the other day.
Okay.
And it's just been a bit problematic. Like I had a bit of swelling and pain. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Just managing that. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
not awesome. Yeah.
Oh, well, I hope you have a quick recovery.
Thanks. Yeah.
Cool. We are waiting on one more Morgan, a second Morgan. But she's online. Maybe I'll just add her.
Turn on her mic.
Cool. And I don't know, what can we talk about in the meantime? Oh, here she is. That was quick. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. How was your weekend?
Pretty good.
Good.
Do I remember anything that I did? Not off the top of my head.
That's fair. I what did I do? I changed some light bulbs. I bought a new shower curtain.
Wow.
Yep, big moves here at the Casa del Unis. What else? We got to the credits of Kingdom Two Crowns on the worst difficulty.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a big game.
Yeah.
It takes a long
I
time
have
to get through
tried.
all the islands. What else? We've been watching A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, but because the episodes are so spread out, we've been watching Game of Thrones between them. So we're like 2 seasons into Game of Thrones and 5 episodes into A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. And it's all very good watching. Cool. So welcome everyone. I don't know if it's worth. Yeah, I'll record. Every time I think that, I think, why are we using Google Meet if I'm not going to record it? Cool.
Oh my god. The Morgan fan club gets me every time.
Alrighty, welcome
blows my
everyone to Insignia Team Stand Up. Bit of a show and tell today. If you have anything to show or tell. For me, I've been today working on refactoring the input system to split the controls for like the menus versus the player, and also to better support the hypothetical future of having multiplayer. I have been working on some key art that is coming along very well. And also in the last week, I worked on prototyping some new abilities, which I'm going to be continuing to do so, as well as seeing if I can focus on boss fights this week and making sure everyone's got stuff to do. Last week, I also pushed the first build of the playtest to Steam, and they, at the time, after a short review period, weren't able to approve it because we had a Patreon link in there. So I took that out, and now that's back in approval. So hopefully that'll get approval soon. So a lot happening. Still got the Switch dev kit. I haven't opened it yet, but it's there. And this week, yeah, more boss fight stuff, more ability stuff. Just trying to think about future scope of production and making sure that if things ramp up very quickly, which I'm kind of waiting on some word from a potential publishing source, but if the word comes through, it'll be very busy. So I'm sort of thinking about, okay, how effective or possible is it to like scaffold the next few chapters out in such a way where like we can hit the credits and it's, we can understand what the game is, and now it's just delegating, the filling. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. And what about you, Luca? How's things?
Oh, hey, sorry, I was on mute.
It's all good.
Yeah, just mostly the links in, and just jotting down just some fine tuning. Like for example, I find like as I'm experimenting with the counter attacks with the directions, you can get away with just kind of like holding block the whole time. So yeah, for example, like it would be nice to have some kind of retaliation for blocking too much.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder if we should give the player a rattle state as well. Like when they block, they have to go into like a frame disadvantage.
Maybe depending on the attack. Like I was, excuse me, I was thinking the thrust attack could even pierce guard potentially.
Interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, that's just all experimental at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And even adding like an extra frame to the thrust as well.
Cool. And you've got you mentioned a couple of extra, like the next scope that you wanted to work on was I think the jump attack and the thrust.
Yeah, the thrust and the jump. Yeah.
Cool.
There is an issue with the jump too. You probably noticed. I don't know if it's like sometimes he doesn't quite get launched when you
if you parry correctly.
Yeah, like sometimes it looks like it just drops rather than getting launched. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
I'll have to
that's-
look into that a little bit because there are some
Yeah.
variables there that might affect the outcome that I've been
Mm.
working on recently. So it's possible that that is just like a defect that's not to do with his script, but just like the general combat system and how poise works.
I see.
I'll
Fair
have to
enough.
look into it.
Okay.
But
Mhm.
you're good for the week?
Yeah, at least for next couple of days.
Sweet.
Yeah. Mm.
And Morgan Animator.
Hi.
Hey. What were you
Yeah.
up to last week? Just for the stream?
Last week I worked on the whip around for the Wolverine Barbarian.
Mhm.
So just that sort of carry on from the overhead. Does that
Yep.
happen if he misses you?
Yeah, it happens. It happens if he misses, and he misses because you rolled behind him. So
Right.
anyone who's trying to evade, yeah, he'll turn around and hit you back if you try to roll past him.
Nice.
Yes.
But yeah, so this week, just continuing on with the spin, which I wanted to get done last week, but I've had a bit going on.
Yep.
At the Mo.
Okay, no worries. Do you have
So, yeah,
if you have it at a place where it's like at a 50% point, feel free to send me through anything.
Yeah, sure. I would put it probably at like 30.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I should have something to show you maybe like midweek. I've got my roommates currently moving out, so I'll be a little busy beginning of this week.
It's all good. I have a little bit of a revision that I wanted to do
Yeah.
on the overhead swing, just the recovery frames. I can show you after the meeting. We've got the animation catch up, but there's like just the settling back into the idle pose. There's like a couple of frames where it'd be nice to just adjust the upper body a little bit to kind of respect the weight of the hammer. But yeah, little
Yeah.
things.
Cool.
And Elias, how is your week looking?
Good. I've been working on the gecko sounds last week.
Yep.
And those are coming along.
Mhm.
I
Did
think
you-
by tomorrow I will probably need some more runway.
Awesome. Did you see? I guess you saw the tongue move that I added.
Yeah.
How has that been for the sounds? I guess it's not that complicated.
Yeah, they're not implemented yet, but
Okay.
they will be.
Cool. All right, we can chat a bit more tomorrow. And Morgan, how's your week looking?
Good, yeah. So last week I was working on the Rekka boss fight music. And this week I want to revisit Cheverwood because I kind of put that on the back burner.
Yep.
While working on the fight music. So I think I'll try and get back to that track as well this
Awesome.
week. Yeah.
Cool.
I don't have much beyond what I showed you on Thursday, but I did drop something in the Figma, which was just me playing with the theme that I have for the fight, plus the Armin Insignia theme. If you want to listen to
Ooh.
that,
Yeah, I'd love to.
yeah.
Cool. Let's have a listen. I'm just going to crank the audio up so everybody can hear it. That's interesting. Such different emotional spaces overlapping.
Yeah.
That's cool. Can I play, because I don't think anyone's heard it, one of the tracks from last week?
Or maybe the
Which-
middle one.
the middle one
is
this
probably
one.
the best one. Yeah.
Cool.
Probably the best one. Yeah.
I love where that's heading. It's cool.
Wow, how do you do that?
It's so good.
Thanks.
No answer. I'm not sure that was rhetorical. You got to answer that one now.
Oh, right.
How do you do it? Tell us.
I don't know. It would take me too long to explain.
Cool. That's awesome. I'm really excited for what everyone's doing, and I hope you all have an awesome week. So we have animation coming up right after this. I don't know, Luca, if you're happy to just keep churning through it, feel free to skip it. Otherwise, you can hang on if you have specific questions or notes you want to run through. And Morgan P, we can stay on as well, just for me to provide a little bit of feedback.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. For everybody else, thank you so much for joining me for Stand Up, and I'll catch you all tomorrow and later in the week.
Thanks, Adam.
See ya.
Thanks,
See you
Adam.
all.
See you
Yeah.
guys.
Bye.
So, welcome, animators. So yeah, Luca, did you have anything specific that you wanted eyes on for this week?
I've got this. I can just show you the thrust.
Mhm.
Maybe I don't know if it's not quite ready, but I'll just show it anyway. Let's see, just the new frame that I was playing around with.
Mhm.
Where is this? Share. This one. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's I'm not sure what, looking at it now between what's there on my file and what you're working on, is it mostly just that active frame that we're looking for?
Yeah, just this one, like where he's a bit airborne.
Yeah, that's looking good.
Yeah, rather than just sliding on the ground.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah,
I like it. Yeah,
that's pretty much it. Yeah.
that's a good change. See how it goes. If you try it in game, and the thing I want you to focus on is just the wrist, whether or not it looks if it looks good with the wrist like that, keep it. Otherwise,
Oh, you mean here?
yeah, exactly, like there versus where
Yeah.
you have it.
Yeah, I think it just wasn't positioned
Oh,
right.
okay.
I think I was moving around
Yeah.
the whole break. Yeah, but yeah.
I really like this, and I wonder if looking at the warm up frames, I wonder if those should be like, again, just review it in the game, but they might need to be more. I wonder if the frame distribution should be, we get to the reeling back pose faster. Oh, hang on a second. I got to lower the volume of everybody else. One sec. Yeah. If we get to the reeling back pose by like frame 2 or 3, and then the other frames are like the acceleration pose. For now, leave it as it is. It's fine. But yeah, if it's not looking good, like if somehow it's not feeling natural to get to this, we can experiment with changing the frame timings. But actually, I think it'll be fine because he moves so much physically that's enough of a tell, just in the physical rude motion, shifting him around.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I like the
Okay.
pose. I like the concept. It's good.
All right, thanks. Okay, I guess that's all for now then, and I'll try to have more to show you soon.
Sweet. Okay, you are dismissed.
Thanks.
And Morgan, yeah, I wanted to show you just a little bit of feedback that I had. I probably should have been a bit more. Well, I like the animation that you'd done, but I hadn't had a chance to play test it in game until the weekend. So, where have we got for Wolverine Barbarian Ace Sprite? Cool. Are you able to see my stream at the moment?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. So, it's just the weight of this right on these frames here. So from 36 going into 7, 8, 9, and 40. So 7, 8, 9. I just think if from 36 the body's here, I just want to see, and it could just be shifting this part around the top of the torso, but I just want to see it just look a little less static. Because right now, at least in the game, it feels really obvious that only the hands are moving. So that's it. That's it really.
Okay.
Just a bit of
Okay.
motion. It doesn't have to
Just
be
give
like
the hammer a bit more of like a weight, like he's exerting a bit more effort on it.
yeah. I want to see the weight of the hammer represented in how he moves his upper body when he
Okay.
resets, and it can just be nudging. I don't want you to have to redraw everything, but
Yeah.
cool. And then so you're working on the spin today. I think I'd already done a little bit of rethinking about this before you got onto
Yes.
this last time. So if you're happy to just keep going with it,
Yep.
then off you go.
Cool.
Cool. All right. Cool. Well, have a great rest of your week.
Alrighty. You too.
All righty. See ya.
Bye.
See you.
Bye. I thought Luca was finished with the goal just then. I didn't realize he was still in the meeting. So when he said goodbye, I was like, "Oh, who's that?" Alrighty. Let's play. I wanted to hear like the battle music again. In fact, let's just listen to it again. I want to just fanboy over it a bit. I didn't really get to do this. So like really briefly, we were in a good place with this. Like we were heading in a direction here. And like previously we were kind of at this point. And we were like, it was like a lot of playing around with melody and stuff. I think this is it. I think the rhythm was already good. I like this too. There are aspects of more like this kind of like adventure film scoring that I don't know if Morgan would explicitly say that she did this, but I hear them in this version as we transition through this in a way that's really nice. A lot of it is that staccato cello. But even that holding the tension there, that feels very Pirates of the Caribbean to me, but it's great. It's what I asked for. And then the ensemble kind of kicking in, the section kicking in to punctuate the end of the bar. So good. And it lifts the solo as well. This. So good. Much better control over like the density. Really excited to see where that's going. I love that the way that we're using the whole orchestra, but not all the time. You know, very good. It's coming along very confidently. I feel like Morgan's composition process it feels like something that it feels to me very different from my process of creating things, and my gut is to attribute that to the distinction between audio and visual. Like for me, when I'm thinking of like when I'm trying to write a song, I almost go melody first, and melody has to sound perfect before I do anything else with it. Whereas Morgan has this way of maybe it's actually a weakness on my part that I do that, but like it's almost like she writes how I paint or something like that. There's something there that the workflow is like I feel like a lot of the time her stuff will come together magically in the last few steps, where in a way that I couldn't see. Like it's like there's this element, this element, this element. Oh, how's that going to work together? It doesn't sound like it's. Oh, actually, boom! Suddenly it all works. I don't know how that doesn't really apply to um, like visuals, right? Usually, like if something's going to look good or not within the early steps. It's so interesting. I'm as someone who's like got a bit of an academic background in like design and a little also like a bit of pedagogy stuff, like education and learning. It tickles my brain to see that magic trick of music composition because it's so alien to me. It's just like it's like proof that like creativity is it's not a set process, Very exciting. I love thinking about like, what do you call those? Modalities? Is that the word? What is a modality? Yeah, like methodology, the distinction between like how do you approach making something? How do you approach craft in a way that's informed? How does the medium inform the craft? And then how are we as the creators formed by the act of trying to make things? Because like all of my intuitions as a creator come from the fact that like I have a background in animation and design. Like those things inform how I think about things. All of my little diagrams I draw, that's how my brain rationalizes stuff. But if I was a composer first, maybe I wouldn't think that way. Maybe my understanding of what's objective, what's subjective, what good architecture and structure is, what organized looks like, maybe those perceptions would be different if I was a poet, or someone who was working in a medium that had less objective criteria. Even animation can be very objective because you're thinking about mechanics so much. So literal, a lot of the time. Music is different. So we got the menu working. I don't have the button glyph correctly presented here, but I can open the menu just fine. That's great. And I can close the menu just fine. That's great. I can open this, close that. Perfect. Which means I don't need that anymore. Pardon me. And it also means that I can go everywhere in the game. And I did this just now with the menu button A. Now, everywhere that says roll, I need to change to menu button B if it has a relationship to menus. So chronicle view, yep, replace that. Quest menu, replace that. Replace that. Ability scriptable, no, that's roll. Community menu, replace that. Replace that. Crucible Forge, replace. No. See, this actually should be. This should be jump. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so then Crucible Forge, that's fine. Dismiss that. And then design lockup. That's definitely menu button B. Design menu. Yep. Ensign HUD. That should stay the same. Equipment menu. That should change. That should change. That should change. That should change. Feather menu. should change. Floating mark UI should not change. Inventory menu should change. Item craft sequence should not change. Merchant menu should change. Save select screen should change. Video settings should change. Weapon wheel should not change. Audio settings, I believe, should change. Gamepad map buttons should not change. Player ground control should not change. Weapon stance should not change. Special ability manager should not change. Sword manager should not change. Engine. Check update dialogue. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. Game system should not change. Player input control should not change. Capture manager should not change. Forging, that's fine. Button prompt manager, fine. Elevator should change. Keyboard wizard should change. And in fact, keyboard wizard should also have changed for the jump button. We'll get back to that later. Somebody remember that. Pause menu should change. Quest page should change. Target menu should not change. UI focus should definitely change. That's like the most thing that should change. Ensign mastery menu should change. Test selection menu. Yep. 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 Cool. Okay, did you remember what I was supposed to do? Keyboard wizard change key is menu button A. And then last input button on the menu controller. That should actually be A as well. So then roll, menu B, menu controller. This is menu B. Okay, I think that's it. This is like very nerve-wracking for me. All right. So all of these places where we were talking about roll is now the menu back button. Let's see. Interesting that Armin reacts to that. Seems good though. Oh. No, that's good. Great. There's something very magical about having command over your code base like this. I remember back in like 2018, 2019, on stream, I have these VODs saved where I'd try to refactor something and it would be a 3 or 4 hour endeavor and I would be sweating. My brain was going, what is that called? You know, like I'm sitting here really struggling. Now, every time I try to fix something, I'm surprised that it's less complicated than I thought it would be. I guess that's just experience. So we also need to go check other places like talking to NPCs. Oh, these buttons are the same button now. That's not right. What happened on keyboard maps? Jump, roll, attack. They are different. What the heck? How is that causing a problem then? Attack, roll, jump. Z, X, C. So why is C giving us an... Wait, C should be run. This should be attack. This should be roll. I think. Yeah. Yep. Quick. Sweet. Quit. But this is the attack button. It probably should be... I don't know what this should be. X? I guess so. I guess spacebar would even be better, right? I don't even, my brain doesn't have like a, okay, everybody in chat, what do you think should be the forward button on the menu? Like you're on the title screen and you want to press select. What key is that on your keyboard? Up, down, left, right, I imagine is arrow keys. But some people, I guess, would want that to be WASD. Yeah, on keyboard, you want to like go forward. Select thing. Spacebar? Enter. Yeah. Enter feels a little bit committal. Like enter feels like open and close menu. E and F. Interesting. Yeah, this is very different. This is like one of those things where I think people are coming from such different genres. And I've had people tell me that this is like a deal breaker for them. They're like, how can you map the game this way? I will not play the game if you map it this way. And it really feels like the difference between there is, we talked about this before actually, I think it's somewhere, controller. Input models. We are there. Input, what do we call these? Presets. So the presets would be something like retro, or I can make it both. That's the thing. I can make it both. So retro, FPS, or I do have keybinds available and I'm making that more powerful today. Modern. Something like that, where retro is like arrow keys, ZXC. To me, that's like what it is. But for a lot of people, that's like, what? FPS would be WASD and mouse. and then modern would be WASD, like space, control, or shift. Like, how many of you? Oh, and IJKL, I think, is the other one. Like, if you play Celeste, right, on Steam, what is the, or is Hollow Knight on Steam? If you play those games on Steam, how do you move? And then how do you attack? What's the attack button in Hollow Knight on Steam? I should check that. WASD space and the mouse button for attack and dash. See, that's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that I think people play Elden Ring that way as well. The idea that you hold a mouse for a game where there's no mouse controls, like the position of the mouse means nothing in that game. Oh, but there are people here with bindings. Hang on. I guess this is different for lots of different people. This person has IJKL and ZXC. Oh, I see. That's closer to what I do. Yeah, mouse. I get it in Elden Ring because you're moving around with the mouse, but I don't understand. I mean, I have to accept clicking to attack. If you're holding the mouse, then yeah, you have to click to attack. But if in a game that has melee combat, the idea of clicking your mouse to do an attack to me is like, what? Like, for me, clicking button on mouse is shooting gun. You know what I mean? I just haven't played many action games where you click a mouse, unless like Diablo, or like League of Legends, you know? What are the default bindings? Hollow Knight default key bindings. Z. Oh, is it like how I do it? ZXC. It is ZXC. Wait, and then up, down, left, right. Wait, Hollow Knight does it the way I do it? Well, I have more respect for them now. Yeah. See, I don't understand why people have a problem with this. This is exactly how I like. If you played any games on PC back in the day, arrow keys to move is like very baked in, and then ZXC ASD is your it's how it gets done. Particularly if you're trying to think about like these buttons here. If these buttons are these buttons, like especially for controllers, there used to be a lot of controllers like the Sega controllers that had 3 like that. So these buttons here, fighting games as well, like these buttons being those buttons is very common, and then these being that. But yeah, I know it's different for lots of different people. Like Rogue Legacy. Yeah, up, down, left, right. And also IJKL. Yeah. I think people like don't realize. I don't know. Like maybe fewer and fewer people play platformers, and so when they finally play one, they don't realize that like that. But unless like because so many kids have played Minecraft, and so they're used to FPS controls, and they go from Minecraft to Terraria. And they go, oh, WASD, but just in two dimensions. You know, I get it. It's just like it feels very bizarre to me to use WASD for side scrolling. It just doesn't. I get it. I just don't ever like it. Anyway, so we will support it though. So there'll be arrow keys ZXC is retro, FPS is WASD and mouse, and then modern is WASD IJKL. These will be your options when you start the game up. I might even double bind IJKL and the arrow keys. What I can't do is double bind WASD and ZXC, because ZXC, I also have ASD, ZXC as the different rows. Oh yeah, I mean controllers are the way. It's just that there are people who play them on keyboard. So let's go back to what we were doing. Yeah, everything's great. Works perfectly. That's crazy how easy that was. I can go to the merchant, talk to her. Fantastic. Okay, so now we want to look for input button attack, and we want to replace that with input.button.menu C. So not here, not there, but here. Nope, not here. Here. Design lockup. Update input. I guess. I'm not sure what this does. Update input. Where are we? Where do we use this? This is to close this. This is just to get out of there. I mean, it's kind of all of them. It's really just face button or like action button or something like that. Any button. And am I checking get down? Okay. Jump, attack, roll, special, rations, abilities, up, down, left, right, select, start, A, B, C, D. Yeah, that's all the buttons. But I don't think I wanted... It's like minus the buttons, minus the directions. I agree with you, Robin Rhombus Head. I think the fact that the arrow keys are on the right-hand side hurts people who are left-hand dominant for movement. and most people who use a mouse in their right hand are left hand dominant when they move because of FPS games. I agree that there's some awkwardness there. And yeah. That's fun. A ternary inside of a for loop. Yeah. So this becomes get any down false. Cool. Saves me some effort. Yeah, that's crazy to me, has here. I've actually been trying really hard in the last like 6 months to minimize the mouse time. For people who are like engineers, touching a mouse, and I used to be so pro mouse. Like for me, using a GUI for everything is like the way to go. Like, hey, we live in the future. Windows, press buttons, we use the mouse. Now it's like I just want to keep my hands on the keyboard and shortcut my way everywhere. It's so much faster if you can do that. Like I just want to press like, you want to go to Unity? Done. Want to go back to your editor? Done. It's way better. I try to use every app I have with keyboard only. It's not easy to do, but So anyway, Ensign HUD, that's fine. Equipment menu. Yes, that's an example where I would do that. So let's have a think about this. I mean, that's fine. I'll just figure it out later. Nope, not this one. Item craft sequence. Yeah, same thing here. This is get any down. Correct. Weapon wheel, gamepad buttons. Leave it for now. Defend, leave it for now. Weapon stance, leave it. Conflagrate, leave it. Special ability manager, leave it. Sword behavior, leave it. Engine. Check input dialogue. Again. Get any down. Player input control. Nope. Nope. Ability capture manager. Nope. Nope. Button prompt manager. No. Combat guide tutorial. That's fine. Target menu. It's fine. Cool. So this is... Ooh. This is swapped. If we're... Oh, no. Yeah. It's false. The only thing is, should you be able to make the dialogue go forward if you press the shoulder buttons? Like if someone says press any button to continue, do you expect that to be just the face buttons? Just these ones? Or can these also move the text forward? I think it's okay. I think it's just press anything. That's fine. Okay. So far, so good. And the last one is Control F special, which becomes menu D. So ability scriptable, nope. Nope. Crucible Forge, nope. Ensign HUD, nope. Equipment menu, yes. 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 Nope. Interaction prompt. What is this? No, that is the special button. This one, yes. Yes. Weapon wheel. Wait, can I delete? Dismiss. Dismiss. Special ability manager, nope. Weapon manager, nope. Game system, nope. Player input control, nope. Capture manager, nope. Button prompt manager, nope. Save select menu, yes. Target menu, nope. Nope. And then test selection menu, yes. Yes. Okay. So, updates all in-game prompts, all in-game button mappings, all menu to use new menu actions instead of jump, roll, attack, special. Wow, that's huge. The changes I've made today are, I thought were going to take me a week or two. So the only issue I have now has to do with the fact that one, the menu prompts are a little bit everywhere where I use menu prompts, there's somewhere else in the logic that has an action associated with it. So like in this case, video settings, I set up the menu prompt row with the bindings, but elsewhere in this page, I'm checking the bindings as well. So shouldn't I have, anytime there are bindings, automatically set the menu prompts? You know, that to me feels a bit better because it means that I don't have to hard code. Like right now, these two things here are hard coded. What actually happens when you press the forward button is separate to what's written down here. I need that option, but as a default, I should just throw all of the mappings down there. This isn't a big deal. I mean, like, if I was... The only problem is localization, really. But if this was just like a solo game and I was doing it just for English only, this would be fine. Now, the only other issue is that we've lost the glyphs. And I'm glad it didn't throw a major exception and destroy the game when I did that, but we don't have the right glyphs. So, let's have a look. So menu A as a button doesn't have a glyph. So it's just button prompt manager has all of these, and these don't have. Oh, that's quite interesting. Well, why don't you do that? Okay. So, I mean, that's one thing. My question now is, why is that? If I go to button prompt, not the manager, but the prompt itself, and I find the sprite, it's key code to sprite dictionary. Okay. So if I'm not using a gamepad, then I just get the key code from button, and then it's config.jumpKey attack roll special. Why do I need these? Why can't I just give you the key code for the thing that you've got? Get key code from buttons. I don't know. Like abilities key. Why does this exist? We'll find out after this break. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. See you in a bit. We're back. This time on Dragon Ball Z. One sec. Alrighty. So, we're going to figure out why we need this. What's the function of this thing? Why is this important to me? Button prompts have an image. I think this is the biggest reason. Because we're trying to set a sprite to either a keyboard key or a gamepad button. And we're doing that based on getting a key code from the button that we pressed. Now, let's just ask ourselves very quickly if that's necessary. I got a bunch of glyphs. Let's have a think here. So we got a bunch of these pictures, right? They look like whatever. And I got keyboard. And I got gamepad. Okay. So the sprites relate to the hardware always. The sprites don't care about whether you're using a gamepad. Well, the sprites don't care about what these are mapped to. They don't care if the Z key is menu open or jump. It's just, I need to show you this sprite right now because that's the button you have to press to do the thing. So there should be some conversion from hardware to glyph. But because what we don't have hardware, we have input button, which is called input button. We don't have input button to hardware. But ultimately, anything that you can do in the game is an input button. I guess it just doesn't. The thing is, this doesn't matter. It's not part of the equation. Because anything can be mapped to hardware. So back here, like we're getting key code from the buttons because we care about the button. We're saying, hey, you're pressing the jump key. What sprite does that show? But we have to say, well, I have this button. Now give me the key code for it. And I think right now, I just don't have those key codes because I don't have that. But I think what's important here is that this config.jump key is functionally irrelevant. I don't think that anywhere in the game I use these. All of these keys and buttons and axes are not important at all if I'm using rewired. I think that's the biggest thing. But why then do I have 10 references to jump key? That's my next question. It's literally just getting the key code from the button, and then doing the key configurations. So if I took all of that away, what I'd be left with was something where I didn't have that. But what I would then have is I would then need to be able to interpret. I'd still need a dictionary that had all of the keys and all the sprites, which I do have in the game. That's fine. Additionally, I should ask the question, how does rewired serialize has support. Serialized player configurations for input remapping once the game is shipped. Runtime save load APIs and the user data system, player remap controls, usually via control mapper or your own UI. You have that player's remap data using a built-in data store component like player prefs file or your own custom data store implementation. On next launch, Rewired loads the serialized data and reapplies the maps/calibration per player controller. So we have a player mapping that we read and write to and from. So if I go here, if I have keyboard maps, do I have like an alternate one? Or whatever file this is, this default, whatever this evaluates as, I need to be able to write at runtime and then assign. And they called that what? Control mapper? What is the data structure/class for the control mappings that I would need to load in and assign to Rewired at runtime? I don't think I use it anywhere. Rewired's save data classes. Player save data. Whole player remap payload. Player save data. Okay. Oh. This is a monolith. Brother. Only 6,000 lines long. With GUID class names. Great. Is this just like obfuscated? Is that the point? Or do they use some sort of generation system to write the code? The user data store component can be used to easily save and load user control configuration data from Rewired. This component is a base class which you can extend to support any data storage format you like. Rewired also comes with multiple implementations to complete with source code, which you can use as a template for designing your own custom data storage system. Usage. Just add a component derived from user data store to your Rewired Input Manager game object. When the Rewired Input Manager initializes, it would automatically initialize the user data store component and make a reference to it accessible via the re-input user data store property. That doesn't seem good to me. The user data store has a bunch of checkboxes, but what's the point? I don't like that. Okay. Oh. Modify the runtime keyboard controller map. Capture player save data. Store that object. So, player save data. Big remap function. Sure thing, buddy. So we get the player. We get the... Oh, action ID. That's interesting. I don't know what that does. But that's the ID for that action. Okay. And then we say the keyboard is the current keyboard, or just the concept of a keyboard. Controller's keyboard. It's the current keyboard. And then we say get element identifier ID, Z and W. And keyboard key code seems to be hard coded. And then update all active keyboard maps for this player. For each of the map. I don't like that. That doesn't make any sense to me. We should have one map. We should be updating one map. For each of the maps. Oh, wait a second. A map is... What is a map in this context? Bindings? Could you break down the distinction between a map and a map, a binding, and a controller? A binding is one rule. A collection of bindings is a controller map. Okay. Yeah. But in this context, update all active keyboard maps. So why in your code are we iterating over multiple maps? Jack's save data would typically store a full player save data snapshot. That snapshot can include multiple keyboard maps by category and or layout, not just one binding. You usually modify the relevant bindings in the relevant maps and then save the whole player data. So yes, a single named user profile commonly contains multiple maps. Could you give examples of the different of what kind of maps you would find in a single player profile, player save data for keyboard input? Oh, thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm trying, you know. I see. Let's assume in my game that I understand. So hang on a second. Do I have different maps here? I do have maps. I see. Oh, I see. I see now. For the first time, I understand. So layouts talks about like QWERTY. But maps is all of the different kinds of collections that you want to have in your game, and you can have multiple maps for one player profile if you want. I would never do that. I just want one map per profile, but I could see how you could have multiple. And there are map categories, you can name those too. This just feels a little bit overbearing for me, but I understand that like in other games, you've got the vehicle map, you've got the menu map. I get it. So you're not choosing between maps. The maps are all part of the player profile. I mean, I could have split these four out into a map called menu inputs. Okay. Insignia is taking more than 11 years to build. No, it's not. Why 11? You starting my counting from 2014? I don't even do that. But maybe. It's not out of the question. It could take 11 years. Okay. So, for me, when I allow the player to rebind something, I'm just saying, here are my actions. Take this action, bind it to this button, but I need to unbind potentially. So there's actually something here that's a bit awkward. Because bindings within a map. Bindings within a map. If I want, I've got, say, jump. This will have multiple could have multiple things that we want to bind to it. And this is what we're not currently supporting at all. Right now, I only have one binding per layout. Like, only one button can do one thing. But actually, this should be allowed to be simultaneously also Z. And this is why you have different maps. Because this, I see, this can't also be, like, these are in violation. This is not possible. That's bad. But this is fine alongside these two, because menu is like it's like a different world. It's not the same universe. So in the same map, I wouldn't want to support double binding, but across different maps, double binding is fine. Yeah, different game state. That makes a lot of sense. I'm glad I was able to grab that example. So, I mean, does it allow you to do it here? I think it does. Like, I don't mind having the Z key. Yeah, there's a distinction here between same button, different actions versus, this is bad. Bad within a map. But same action, different buttons, no problem in a map. This is fine. So jump can be the space bar or the up arrow, no problem. But the up arrow can't be jump and attack. Which means when I rebinding an action to a button in the game, we also need that won't automatically unbind other buttons. Only when rebinding the same button to a different action should it be removed from any other binding in this map. And then this becomes so this is menu map. And then this is action map. This is bad. Let's see how other games do it. So they have the action and then the buttons, but they don't allow you to do multiple. It's just one. Does anybody here have any kind of special accessibility needs where this is relevant? Like, do you ever want multiple bindings to a single action? Like 2 different jump options? Personally, I was actually leading in the direction of supporting it, but if a game as popular as Hollow Knight I'm not talking about the different maps. I'm talking about having multiple, like, see here, there's only one key assigned to each action. Would you ever want to see like W, comma, spacebar, comma, up arrow? Because I could support that. Like if you have some, I don't know, mobility issue and you somehow need to rebind things differently, I guess it's not a huge deal. I'm happy to support one binding per thing. It's just like, what's the word? The menu mapping and the gameplay mapping, they do need to be different. That's the only thing. So then what does that look like in Insignia? I get options here. So the first option is you say like jump, roll, attack, inspect, ability or target, rations. Those are a bunch of options. And then like up, down, left, right. And then maybe like map. Pause. Or even not even pause, just map. Those are like gameplay bindings. And then it would be menu bindings. And it would be or maybe it's action bindings. And then these are just there. And then menu bindings could be Up, down, left, right. Well, map here gets its own. Okay. So you get that. And then, but then, I mean, yeah, maybe in the same screen then even. Because I don't think I'd let you have different bindings for like the player running left and right and then moving around in the menu. That should be the same thing, right? What's the word? Is there a word that we use for this? Like clicking a virtual button in a game. My brain wants to use, I've been using forward and back, but accept, decline, cancel. Like what are the names for these things? Select and cancel. Apply, okay. Back. Back is better. It is select. No. This isn't select like this is the A button. It's not like the cell button on the left side of the inside of a controller. I'm not talking about what's now the share button. I'm talking about this action, but in the UI. The continue button. I think forward is better. Maybe not forward, maybe like enter? No, apply. Submit. Submit. Submit is what we want. Yeah, I think forward and back would be the words I would use, except that forward sometimes sounds like right, you know? That's the only issue. But submit and back are unambiguous, even if they're not antonyms. Because return can sometimes mean enter. We don't want to do that. So submit and return can't be right. Forward and back can't be right. Submit and back work. Accept could be okay here too, but sometimes it's like you're just pressing a button. So I think submit's better. I might change my mind later. It's a shame that these options here and these options here, this straddles the two. But maybe I just put them all together and don't worry about it so much. Yeah. I think just visually breaking them up like this might just be helpful. And even if I think if I do it this way, it might be even better. Could also do this. That's fine. But I kind of want up, down, left, right to be like the first thing. View is atrocious. Who designed that? All right. Up, down, left, right, jump, roll, attack, inspect. And maybe these will all just be vertical by the end of it. I mean, I don't... They could just be literally like this. There you go. With the binding on the right. I don't have any scroll views in my game. So that could be a problem because there's quite a few options here. The way that I do it in the game right now is like this. I'm adding 4 to this. No, I'm not going to vibe code it. No, we've talked about it already. There is no problem because they're different. They're technically different contexts. Like you can't be jumping and interacting with a menu at the same time. Anytime you're interacting with a menu, you're not doing gameplay. So that's actually what I'm doing this for. The reason why I'm doing this refactor today is because previously jump used to be, like in the game right now, it's jump okay. That's one button. So if you rebind jump, now the okay button is different. So you can't interact with the menu and change basic game controls without changing the menu's layout. So it becomes impossible to use it because you're changing it on the fly. You have to remember, oh, I rebound what the OK button is because I rebound jump. That can't be right. You should be able to rebind jump without rebinding that. What might be nice is to have some kind of like explanation when you look at all of these. Maybe some sort of like in-game explanation of... No, I don't think it's worth doing that. All right, anyway. So this will be like... I mean, it's your first time here. I mostly make my own stuff. I've been making my own stuff for the entire project so far. The only difference here is that this needs to be basically a line through here to distinguish between... See a Deadpan Panda? These and these are different. Okay. And then I would have my options at the top, like presets. So you would have like... That's pretty good, right? This is called Insignia. Cool. So, only issue I have is pagination. So these options will be something like, hang on, default, custom. It'll be like classic, modern, shooter, and then anytime you do anything, it becomes custom. That's pretty good. Default is actually classic. Or retro, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Now, because the game is 16 by 9, I could probably fit this all on one screen, but the UI for this tends to be 480 by 270 for these. So, you know, we're looking at not a lot of size. And if I Control G this guy, copy it, and then shrink it, and then bring it over to here, We could do some tricks here, but I think we're going to run into problems pretty quickly if we try to keep it like this. There's also a button I can press here to turn on the pixel grid. Right. Or what is it? The rendering quality? View. Pixel preview, Control Shift P. So yeah, we can't really do that because the font size is 8. It needs to be like 16 a minimum. So we have to technically double this. So even if we were to double it, there's not really a nice way to do 16-point font this way. Like if I take this and then switch it to, why is the text not selectable? Like my game's font, like or instead. Well, that's not bad. It's still like way too many. So we need to paginate. I mean, it's fine. The layout is okay, but there's not enough screen real estate. That's the problem. I don't have any views that scroll in the game right now. So like literally I've gotten this far with no scrolling. So instead, I mean, what we can do is something like, first of all, this goes up here, this goes up there. I could make this, two options here, right? One is this, where we just sort of do that. Another option is you could take this, split it out. What the heck? And you could do this. Like that. That's pretty reasonable. And then like, I think that might be the winner. They're very tight, so we could take all of this and make it 16-point font, and then increase this to like 125%. Not amazing, because now you need to have these all aligned at the top and then have a gap, and then you're stuck here again. So 125 is maybe too ambitious there. Unless we were to take these and put them here and then put this like over here. That feels like we're adding a lot of dead space. So then it becomes like 110%. And now it becomes a lot easier to see. I think that's fine. Mm-hmm. We could even... I'm wondering if we could do something like this. But I like my header row. Okay. Maybe we even single these out as being menu related. Well, true, but we also have a lot of horizontal space if that's the concern. Like, this could be that far apart if we really want. You could do this like that. The issue here is also going to be if we do any kind of visual alignment, like if there's like any UI that creates a margin or a padding, a background, like here they don't do it. Here it's just the text and the thing, so you just have to know this is the third one down, this is the third one down. But if I was to do like a line between them, the lines now create extra height. I think it's okay. I think we're pretty okay. Like, see this? See how much screen real estate I lose by needing to do the gaps between the backgrounds? I think this is totally fine. Just like that. So... Hello.
What pasta did you want?
Just normal spaghetti. Yeah. Normal. Nah, I want normal. Normal spaghetti. Or we could do fettuccine. Do you...
Tell me.
Let's go for the fet. Fetty what? Chini.
Zucchini, fettuccine.
Arancini. Tortellini. Okay. There you go. Those are your regions. Now the only problem is that there's the gap between these and this is longer. So you have to then go... you can do the thing where you go right align, left align. So we could do... You take this, and you do that, and you put them here. Or even these become right aligned. like that, these become left aligned like that. Now you have all the space that you need to extend off to the left. Same thing with this. These go right align. How's that? And then you can do like something like this if you want. Yeah, you can have a ton of space now to work with. But you're not going to see it unless you're in the worst case. You could even truncate the input button if you needed to. But I wouldn't expect these to go more than like 80. That's plenty. There's a little bit of overlap there that I don't love. So $50 and $100 on these ones. And then it's just about moving this one over to like here. So this aligns with that, and then that goes to the center. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. What do you think? Pretty happy with that. And then I can make it pretty. I have this, I'm starting to become a better developer and I can feel it. I can feel the difference. And the difference is today, in the past, what I would have done was design that as pixel art. And then I would have, like in Sprite, I would have been playing around with all these numbers like this. And I would have made it look good before I thought about what the layout should be, really. Whereas here, I've min-maxed the layout, and now I can make it look good. Like, and I don't care about like what it looks like until I'm done with the functional side. And I know, like, I'm a UX designer. I already know that. We used to do wireframes before we did any kind of like UI design. But as a creative, when it wasn't my job anymore to be a UX designer, a lot of that discipline just went out the window, and I just did things that were fun. Whereas now it's like, I don't have the energy to do this twice. I want it to be good the first time. So I'm just going to make it good, and I don't have a lot of emotional investment in like what this looks like. It just needs to work because I value player feedback so highly that if it tests poorly, that's failure, not if it looks like what I would want it to look, because this isn't where the creative expression needs to be. Like, this is just a menu. If it looks good, that's great. But if it looks good and isn't usable, that's fail. Davy Jones says, I have a friend with only one full hand, and their big accessibility problem is having to hold more than one button at once instead of being able to map or toggle things on and off. Oh, Davy Jones, that's a tough one for Insignia. That's really hard. There could be an input accessibility menu that lets me do toggles. I could do it, but it's not going to be core game design. I'm not going to design around holding buttons. I'm just going to add an option. Okay. So this is good. I almost want to see something that's not this. I think this, I don't quite like. Apple would do this differently. They would do something like this, I think. They would say retro, modern, FPS, and they would do like that. And then you give it like an underline stroke. Which I much prefer. This kind of gives me an anxiety attack because I don't know how many options there are. Hey Kratesh, thanks for joining us today. But the only problem with this is localization means you don't know how wide it's going to be. This is much safer. Also, it's hard to center these things. So I fear we might have to just go with the base option. Because then you can have this be as long as you want. Okay, happy. So, let me throw all this crap out and redesign it. But we're going to come to that a bit later. So, here. And I think we agreed that we would not allow same button, different actions. However, I've decided against supporting this. Just okay. Cool. Very good. Cool. So, what's next? I was in the middle of asking a question of why do I need... Okay, so we had different maps, that's right. And if I want to instill this a bit more correctly, when I'm rebinding, the issue that we had was that inside of Rewired, we input rewired. Right now we have the keyboard map as one big map. And if I want to stop the player from being able to rebind, I want you to be able to do Z as submit and jump, but not jump and roll. So the same category can't have the same input twice. And inside of Rewired, the native way to do that would be to have these three on some different map, essentially, a different map. But from the player's side, it doesn't really matter. Player doesn't care. I might as well be able to say, well, you can't jump and press the up arrow either. You can't jump and press the target. Well, in fact, that is the way that it is that all of these three categories, 1, 2, 3, these two and this one, they're all considered one map. And then this is a separate map to do with UI only, going forward and back and opening and closing the menu. But actually, toggle menu also is not something that I would allow for jump and Z. So actually, it's really the submit and back buttons. And there's one more aspect to this that I haven't mentioned, which is we've got menu A, B, C, D. And CD are the other two. So like if jump and roll are A and B, I've split those out, submit and back, but the other two I haven't. So now actually all of these 4 and these 2, I either need to add 2 more Yeah. I either need to add 2 more, or as I've got it right now, force jump to be UI submit. And, roll to be UI back. So it would be something like, something like that, which I don't know. I wonder how other games do this. I think you just have like EF, D, whatever. You just have additional things. So then what is the option here? I need to add 2 more buttons that are the menu modifier buttons, or like menu alt, which means we could move toggle menu to here. And we could bring these up. Hey, Shady Radio. Yeah, that's about where we've where we've landed. That's pretty much exactly what we've landed on. So the only thing is like, I don't know if I was to do that, then I guess I just take these away altogether. But then do you localize them? This was the thing. There are some people who are like, oh, I want to press this button I want to press escape to open the menu. I guess I could just force them. Like, what is a standard that I can set for pressing accept? What's the submit button? We are Zoranak. Because I'm happy to do that. Well, not just the display names, but you'd have to localize the buttons too, right? Like, if I wanted Z to be the accept button on keyboards and you can't rebind it, Z in French is the second from the top left. Because they've got Azerty. Whereas on QWERTY, Z is bottom left. So if I can't rebind the UI buttons, I get in a position where the UI buttons are in the way. They would need to be, I would need to have preset localized UI layouts for the menus specifically, which I don't know. Rewired does have a thing called physical keys. I'm just wondering if that makes convention a little bit difficult to follow. Like, I don't know what, like conventionally, I don't know if the bottom left key is considered the accept key. I can do it. It's just, yeah, I'm a little, it's a bit of a can of worms, isn't it? It's a bit of a can of worms. But maybe I just force it. I'm okay with this layout. The only thing here, so that there's literally one or two menus in the game where I need more than two buttons that are UI bound, rather than like everywhere in the game. I am using Rewired, by the way. Everywhere in the game, you can do whatever you need to do by pressing, the back button and the forward button through the UI. You can open menus, close menus. The only place where it doesn't work is in the equipment menu. You've got organize buttons. So there's like rearrange and discard. So I can go into arrange mode and shuffle things, or I can dismiss something entirely, which is 2 extra buttons. So I technically have 4 face buttons on a controller. That's fine. But on a keyboard, I'd need to add 2 more buttons or describe them or hard bind them or whatever. Give the player the option to set them. I don't even know like what in Dark Souls, if there's like a 3rd button that you need to press. Maybe it's like middle mouse button or something like that. They'll just give you some random modifier or something, or tell you to press F or something like that. Yeah, allow multiple. So I just rebind like 2 or 3 of them and just hope I get them. I'll have to do some research on that. That's not for me to do. For me right now, my job is to find icons for these, or like find ways to rebind the icons that I've already got. So that's where I was. And the challenge with that is right now I've got these configs. And when I go to button prompt, I'm getting a key code from a button. So these I need to add case a, etc. But these are key codes that I have for these. So like abilities button equals, and then I've got these set up this way, but these don't map to the key codes in Rewired, which is really bad. So I need to throw away this entire thing and only use this key code from button. It needs to go, and it needs to be replaced with the Rewired key code option. How to get the key code from a button action in Rewired. Wow, it's really taking its time. Element identifier ID. Yeah, but in this case, I just want to return this. What do you got for me? No, I would never use AI art in this game, at least. Okay, and then what is the keyboard key code? Is it a big enum? Okay. So then I could do it, cast that to int later. So then back at button prompt, the sprite okay, I think that's okay. Equals well, it's not get keycode from button, it's the other one. Get bound keys. And then this is the action name. Oh gosh. Yeah. This is where I'm gonna have to remove anywhere where I hard code things based on the names, because that's stored in Rewired. So like the Rewired actions are these. These are the things that I care about. These strings. So if I go to actions, I should be able to grab all of these. So it's really, and that's what this thing wants actually, right? It wants the action name and the player ID. Okay. So this button is an input button. So I need to get action from button. And in fact, I think they're called the same thing. I think they actually just might be these to string. That would be my preference. Jump, roll, attack, special, up, down, left, right, select, start. See, like start might not be called that here. It might be called menu or something. I mean, here it is. Select, start, up, down, left, right, select. Start, up, down, left, right, select. That's weird. And then abilities, rations. Yeah. Menu, A, B, C, D. Okay. So, at least the names are correct. And there's 15 of these. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That doesn't seem right. 16. 1. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Minus 1. 19. How did I get that wrong? Oh, because I've got horizontal and vertical and directional. Those are 3 extra that don't mean anything. There is no button called horizontal. So these 4 are the difference, and that's okay. So then it's to string. And then that's what it is, right? So now this is going to say, hey, I can't convert to a key code to that key code. What is a key code? Key code is an enum. God damn it. Hey, Dr. Flushfinger. Welcome. So the Unity key codes and the rewired key codes are different key codes. How do I get around that? Oof, that sucks. Because I've got a dictionary that's got all of the key codes and all of the sprites. Look at this. That's annoying. Now I can't use this. I could do that, CC, but that feels like we're just adding another wrinkle in the sheet, doesn't it? Another knot in the string, which I don't really want to have to do. I I'd rather just serialize these with the rewired ones if I'm going to have to do that. Do the rewired ones have like these names? Thank you, CCGPT. Okay. So keyboard key code ABCD, comma, backslash, numlock. Okay. I have similar names. So if I go keyboard key code, if I go to button prompt manager, what happens if I just say because it doesn't it immediately doesn't work because it doesn't have a none. But backspace, what's going to happen with that? Oh, because it doesn't know. It's not looking for that. Hang on. Oh, there is one called none. Oh, cool. Okay, so actually, I might be able to get very far just replacing the word keycode with keyboard keycode. I don't know why that suddenly it's got a problem with the fact that it's got an instance member in a static class. It was static and then it got unstaticked. Can you just do that? Are we winning? I guess this is all right. This is the weirdest thing. Yeah, I mean, why not? Why would they be any different? Right? They're just, I'm using them by their enum names. So as long as it gets where it needs to go. Now, this doesn't have a mouse. But I do need... It doesn't have them. I could overload them, but I can't do that. I wonder what the key code... If I just say key code... $323. Does keyboard key code have a 323? Can I extend this? Won't let me do that. You can't extend enums either. Gosh, they're making it hard for me, aren't they? Yeah, I'm 2 away. I almost got it. I was almost done. I literally just needed 2 more. Can I fake it? Can I just use ones that I didn't use? I mean, there's hundreds here. Help and print. Unless there's no mouse key code. Okay. Hey, that's okay. Well, it just means that if I want to support mouse input with glyphs, I can't use a keyboard key code as a dictionary for that. Which means I don't know what this ends up being then. What's this a collection of? I guess I would have to put them in a separate collection, the mouse inputs. Which is probably fine. Let's just, for now, do this. And then I'll do some branching logic. This used to have a name. This was a function once. It was called Get Key Code Dictionary. That's what happened. We lost a line somewhere. Okay. Okay, so this is Okay. So we have something that works. Do we have any errors? Apparently not. Yes, we do. Whoa. Get coded keys. I don't know what this is. Let's get rid of that. Keyboard map keys. Oh, I know what this is. This is a keys. It's a dictionary of sprite and sprite renderers. Yeah, rewired dot keyboard key code. Okay, that's fine then. All right. Well, good thing they were all stored as their enums, because that was really easy to convert. So ba-bow, everything failed. Great. The given key 26 was not in the dictionary. The given key 26 was not present in the dictionary. Check input. Get key code. Key code is sprite dictionary, and it was 26, but I'm getting keyboard key codes. So the button is input button. ToString. And the number it gave was 26. This returned 26. You don't need to do that. Don't be silly. Now, why do we have get coded keys? These aren't keyboard key codes anymore. It's not really for anything, is it? So we get rid of that. And then this feels like we throw it away as well. Get key code from button. I don't think that's right. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's breaking right now, but that's okay. I want it to break. Okay. Now we're no longer supporting Unity key codes. Well, Rewired should never break, right? Hey, Shaddy Radio in YouTube, if you're still around, do you ever fall back to the Unity input system if Rewired doesn't work for some reason? Or should I just cut it loose and say, I'm never using input dot? Do you work on commercial games? Because I'd be happy to just ignore the input system altogether. I think I can trust it. Rewired is pretty battle tested, right? There's no need for me to like fall back to it. That would be crazy. Okay. Well. Oh, nothing broke? Okay. Yes, of course it did. Yeah, that's fair. So this is keyboard map get coded keys. Got it. Does not contain a definition of get coded keys. Why do I need these to have colors? What is this for? Just going to move on from this. Don't need that right now. And then check input on the keyboard wizard if... So get coded keys was just a big array of numbers. I don't think this is necessary anymore. I'm throwing out this this whole class anyway. It is garbage. It is garbaggio. Ah, fair enough, Shady Radio. Yeah, I would use new Unity input system if I hadn't paid for Rewired like 6 years ago or whenever it was. Okay. What's the problem? Key not found. So still a problem here with this 26. So it's saying, hey, debug.log oh, it happens exactly once for everything. Reset button mapping, key not found exception on 26. So let's log it at this point. So jump gives us 26. Hey, Chosinger. Thank you so much for the sub. 33 months. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One sec. Just got to handle one message. Yep. Okay. So, where was the wait, I'm not even using that key code map. Am I even using this anymore? It has one reference. Here. Key code to sprite dictionary. But this has a few references. Okay, so I am using it. Key code to sprite dictionary. Where is that going? Oh, right here. Okay. Okay. So does this not have a 26? It does. Maybe that's not relevant though. Found mapping for action jump. 26. Is that the key code though? Element identifier ID? The controller element identifier. That's not a key code. Is this even a thing I can do? Why did it suggest I do that? Is this valid? Are the element identifier IDs actually the same as the keyboard key codes? I don't think that's true. This song, this is from Pokemon. It's the main title theme, but it's like a chill version. No. You lying to me, GPT. What is this even returning though? What is this doing now? Hey, Knocked Goose, how's it going? Welcome. I'm doing okay, and you? I think I just made such a mistake trying to do this. Ah, that's nice, Shady Radio. What did you work on? Get key code element. Yeah, I mean, get all maps. What was I trying to do here? I was trying to just get the key code from the button that was pressed. I've got these glyphs and I'm just trying to map the glyphs to the hardware. So that's why I need the key codes. Is there no way of getting key codes from Rewired? Invisigun. Cool. Get key code by button index. Get key code by ID. That's what I want. How come it didn't know about this? It's right there. So it's just lowercase keyboard. Wait a second. This returns a Unity key code? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If it returns a Unity key code, then I can just do this. I could have just used my other way of doing it. What? The rewired system returns a Unity key code, which means all of this can go back to the way it was. Everything that I just did in game system can just go back. That doesn't matter. This get key code doesn't even need to return a keyboard key code. This is just key code. You literally just return the code. Perfect. What the heck was going on with this? Why is there a method? Like, how is it that they even are able to do that? Wow, and that compiles? Wait, really? Wait, I can't pause the game. Well, that's a problem. So now we go back to rewired, and then we check to see if there is a keyboard map that opens the menu. Return. Menu A. Ah, that's not correct. Wow, how did that happen? Return is not menu A. Return is start. Escape is also start. And then how do I open up the map? Left shift and left control. I didn't set these. I mean, right shift can be select. Left control can just get out of here. Or we can add also like M could be select as well. But anyway, okay, so now, good. Hey, very good. Nice. It's already really good. Close menu. Yep, it's got the glyphs correct. AD, yep. What it doesn't have is the, if I go here, this move here is, it's not, it's like a fake glyph. So if I go to my engine And then, or game system. I don't know which that's a bound to, but it's basically like I've got glyphs for like horizontal input as opposed to like up, down, or left, right. Because I don't want to say right goes back and left goes forward or whatever. I just want to say horizontal goes left and right. So when I look at my keys, keycode sprites, some of these are, I think it's like this one. Yeah. These ones here, 10, 11, 12, or 11, 12, and 13. That one, and that one need to be mapped to something. Which means, I mean, it's just 102, 3, and 4. So when I go to button prompt and I say, oh, this didn't, what the heck? What's wrong with this? I'm confused. Cannot convert. This key code gives me a normal key code. This key code to sprite dictionary gives me, oh, none of that compiled. What? Excuse me? Wait. How did that happen? Game system? Can you get out of here? What the heck? Compile, please. Did I press undo or something at some point? How did it run? Okay, still doesn't work. So, button prompt. In this case, the sprite is related to the button dot to string. Okay, so this button in this case is called like horizontal, vertical, and directional. And that's not going to get us these. Horizontal, vertical, and directional don't do anything. So when I go here and I go to key code to sprite dictionary, $102, 3, and 4. I don't even know what they are. Oh, no, but it was it these ones? It was game system. It was, yeah, 102, 3, and 4. So 102, 3, and 4 in this case is horizontal, vertical, directional. So now F13, F14, and F15, I need to catch those specifically. So it's like switch action name. This is going to happen a bit. The ID. Oh no, I want to change the action name. But it's not horizontal axis, it's just F13. Like that. Let's try that. Nope. It did not work. But it doesn't matter because the action name then goes to action ID. So it actually needs to be like return. That's what I want. Yes. That's what I'm trying to do. Yay, it worked. This is the arrows. Good. So I just have to remember that you're not allowed to and you're not allowed to rebind anything to F13, 14, and 15. But, oh, those aren't even on my keyboard. It only goes up to F12. So maybe that's fine. Do any keyboards have an F13 button? Oh. Okay, well that's great. I mean, we got the game working. And what did we do? Fixes key code mapping for sprites using rewired for key IDs. Cool. Alrighty. And did I save myself from writing all the nonsense? I still have these, which I hate. This seems pretty... When does this happen? Okay. Set gamepad buttons. What does this do? Is this to set defaults from the gamepad system? Assign buttons. Set gamepad buttons with the used buttons. I see. I see. And this is no references because I commented everything out. All right. This I hate. I love what it used to do. Now that all the buttons do different things, and sometimes you have to press 2 buttons to do a thing, this isn't a very useful feature anymore. But it's not for us today. Okay. So I wish I could rearrange these, but I fear what will happen if I do that. Because the enums, I use them in a bunch of different places, I think. Like in button prompt. This enum is the button. If I change these, they'll get serialized all wrong, won't they? I can't just rearrange these safely. Is there a safe way to rearrange enum indices with the indices without, that can't be right. Ruining serialized values. Oh, I don't rely on the implicit order. I'm pretty sure I don't. Wait, does Unity, which happens in Unity scenes inside components in the inspector? Oh, I see. Wait. Oh, I see. Wait. So if I've used the implicit number and then, so if I've used the implicit number, giving them an explicit number won't help until after I've re-serialized everything, right? I'd have to start with numbers. Oh, I see. I can rearrange them, but the rearranging them won't change the numbers, which is the whole point. I would want 0 to be none, but none is already like the whatever 16th. So I see. So it's too late. It's too late. It is what it is. I'm not going to go and re-serialize every button input in the game. All right. So let's do a to-do list here because I feel like we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. And I might be here forever if I keep going. Alrighty. So first thing is we want to support multiple input mappings, input bindings, presets. Support custom user bindings. Re-implement interface for user input rebinding. Provide artwork for UI remap screen. I think that's it. Hey Swizz. So support multiple input binding presets, support custom bindings, and then re-implement. What else? We're all using Rewired. Long term, this would be like support player 2 inputs. We are doing a little bit of a refactor of the input system for the purpose of just cleaning out some of the cobwebs in the system that I have right now that are they're gonna cause problems when people who are playing the Steam version want to rebind stuff, and people already have problems with the system, so I'm sort of laying the groundwork for a full refactor, but just time boxing it for today. It's pretty much, in fact, it's not really, there's not much to go. We're almost finished. I just don't have a UI for it, but all the features are there because we're using Rewired. So I just need a way to do virtual keyboard maps. Oh, one sec. All right, chat. I gotta take a quick break. Back in a bit. Okay. So, we pretty much did it. We pretty much have the game working just fine. I broke a bunch of stuff in the process. Luckily, this isn't on the main branch, so there's nothing wrong that's going to happen. It looks like we broke the menu though, which is good. So it's gonna have a problem with this. Let's try that one more time. Boop. Okay. Button to sprite dictionary. Okay, so here we need to just add these are also it's not 5 though. Hey Lathe, how's it going? Yep. Select. So move item, place item, unequip item. Perfect. Sweet. We got it. I'm okay. Okay today. Did that break? Nope, we just didn't finish the animation. Pretty good. Now this is broken, but that's okay. Sweet. Saved. All right, now I should probably push this to input refactor. Which means now we've just got those two do's left. I also would need to support maybe like mouse button icons. There's a few things here that aren't amazing. There's also what are you talking about, Copilot? Get out of here. There's also this problem of fix force no refactor menu lower menu prompts to be more coupled to actual menu functionality. This is like more of a nice to have than anything. These are actually important and they are high priority. This one's also not high priority, it's low and unvalidated. And then there's kind of another one here. So we got bugs, development policy. Did I fix any of these? Let's just quickly go through them. Equipment sprite bug when dismissing after opening the arrangement flow and moving one space. Not as we. I think we fixed that. Can spam down a text? Yep. Suspended items should hit confirm. Maybe they do. I don't know yet. Using too many materials when making sword. Sometimes, at least in the editor, the ability to unlock modal layout seems to break. Rations menu broken. Can't replicate. Get rid of it for now. Draw other kinds of objects to map. Remove binary formatting from input configs. Oh, I just did that today. Hooray. Fix control and keyboard mapping. I mean, we're on the road to doing that. Camera issues, fix parry play sound conditions, do something about whether we want to support generics or not, reintroduce Leopold. Oh yeah, I didn't do that. Might need an I already have one of these for unique designs in the inventory. Be nice to see if forged designs accounted for. This is now just at Crucibles because it's already when sleeping. We solved that. I have not seen that since then. Load into the scene that you last exited to on reloading save. Yeah, that's what we do now. Consider adding Walter and Alex to Crucible. Nope. They're not even... It's not even a thing anymore. Additional Maggie portraits. Review old material items. That's fine. Attack from knockdown. Nope. Jump out of knockdown. Nope. Other rose portraits. Nope. Wisp particle. Allows user to define a field intensity. No, not yet. Vertical door appearance. Review title card presentation. Level title. Oh yeah. Well, that's not that important. Okay. Top left secret area chest second wind gone. Neighborhood prologue updates. I don't think that requires any level design. This is more nice to have at this point. Environment art. Refine chasm background. All right. So the other thing was localization strategy. We did look at this a while ago, but this is super heavy duty and it would require building a solution. But there's other things that need to happen as part of localization preparation that's pre this. That I also need to be very ready for. So we could talk about it for the last 20 minutes of the day. It's no big deal. Alrighty. I'm just gonna pull out something over here and call it localization conversation. Localization preparation conversation. Appreciation thread. Alrighty. Localization preparation conversation. 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 Done. The LPC. Yeah, of course. So, what we need to do for this is we need to make sure that there's basically no hard-coded text in the game. So difficult. I have so much, not so much, but a little bit of hard-coded text through things like menus. This is currently areas that currently violate this include any prompts for input across the game. that's in the world and also in menus. All the prompts are hard-coded in English, which is a big deal. Very bad. All menu labels, all item descriptions, all quest text, item names, I suppose it's not really hard-coded because they're inside of scriptables, but they're not in a place that I could replace them easily. So we need to architect something, we need to design something we need to design a method for indexing all text in the game such that it can be hot swapped based on player localization settings. So, minimum a GUID for every at minimum, and this would need now. The thing is, with scriptable object text fields, those are technically by reference. So maybe except we need, I guess the better way to describe this would be IDs. So for scriptable objects and fields, this could be by reference. If we use reflection, we could say, oh, this is apple.title. Apple.title is unique. It's a unique string, and so, or a unique field because it's by reference. So if I have the scriptable object GUID, I could say scriptable object GUID plus field name. UI area screen text key. I don't know. When I say GUIDs, I just mean that I need some way to, I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know what text underscore key is. Do you mean like an address? Well, the point is, like, this is where we're at, right? I've got like items, right? Here are my items in the game. Okay, this is all of them. The items have a description. The description has some text in it. Now, for the English version of the game, that's fine. For the French version of the game, what I want to do is when I would be reading, you know, in this case, Apple, right? Oh, geez, that's a lot of references. I need a way to hide these. Let's go bread. So bread has an item name and a description. If I'm looking at bread in the game, but it's in French, so we're looking at pain, I need a way for this to map somewhere. Somewhere I need to store what would be the text for the bread loaf's name. The place I would want to store it would be the closest thing to where I'm looking, So it would be the bread item's GUID plus the string item name or whatever. In whatever database system that I'm using. That's what I would want to be able to do to retrieve that, I imagine. Unless, well, one way or another, there needs to be a lookup. I mean, it would be nice to use the English name in that thing so I don't have to look at the GUID. Yeah, I suppose so. But then I need to make sure that each of these is unique in that case. The whole point of a key is that it needs to be unique. So if I could guarantee that all the names were unique, then it wouldn't be a problem to use that. I suppose Oh, I agree. But you would have the English name there as well, right? I guess we're asking two different questions here. One is a question about what is an efficient way to store, to reference, and by reference I mean store in a data structure all of the names so that I know where to inject the text into. And then the other one is about use. It's about someone who's manually replacing these and how they should be interfacing with them. Why not the whole text? What whole text? Okay, so because otherwise, like for example, when I have like event sequences, right, these are scriptable objects, right? So an event sequence, I could say like, there is an index 0, which has dialogue. So there's like, let me explain. Somewhere, all of this text, this has a GUID, this object. So I'm not going to index this by the text inside of it, right? This is like dialogue 0 inside of the sequence called Orenstead Crucible, blah, 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 blah. So somewhere there needs to be a database reference where I use the GUID, I imagine, or at least the index inside of the scriptable object. But again, I don't know if I want to guarantee that these are unique. The names of these. I can't necessarily do that. And I don't have to do that when it comes to someone else. Like if it's a Google Docs script or whatever it is, like a spreadsheet, I don't think they necessarily need to be using the GUID to read through it. But the GUID needs to be there, I think. If you use GUID, how do you handle not having lots of duplicate keys? What? If one object needs to use the same text as another. Well, the point is that GUIDs don't have that problem because the GUIDs don't care about what's inside of the the object. The GUID is there to be unique. That's the whole point. Using the actual value as part of the description works most of the time until you have scenarios where it's ambiguous. There's no way to tell what tense it should be. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like, all of this information, like, I would never just give someone this string and say, translate this, right? GUID is unique to the Unity object, but you'll never use the text ability in multiple places. I'm not sure, Atreus, what this feels like a separate question about how are the people who are writing the text going to know the context of what they're writing it against. I'm saying that context can be applied if there's a distinction, right? If you're using the word ability as the record, as the primary key, then yeah, you're going to have collisions because you're using the word ability twice. Doesn't Unity have a localization tool? Yeah, we're not really, well, it does, but it's garbage for what we need. This game has a lot of text in it. Like, there's like thousands of lines of text. And it's not feasible for us to just, Unity's is like very component driven. It might be good if I was making like a really simple game, but the fact that the game has cutscenes and dialogue and lots of items means that I would prefer to use a system that, or I could control, like, not just a bit more tailored, I guess, so that it could be streamlined. I'm pretty sure Unity's is not what I would want. Yeah, but can I just express something? This discussion is not about how do we localize the game. This discussion is, just like earlier on we were using Rewired, the problem was not how do we use Rewired? The problem is, what is the best way to put the hand in the glove? It's like, it's not a question of whether we use a system or not. It's a question of how do we structure the data in such a way that it uses the system smoothly. So I would say, for example, coming back to the discussion, I would want for someone who was translating this, isn't that question solved by those tools? No, because every game is different. Is it not? I built this game. I didn't build a different game. So how does the tool know what I've built? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you are building a car and you buy, and it's a custom car, and you buy a tire from the tire shop, you still need to figure out how to put the tire on your car. Even if the tire is solved, you still have to figure out how it goes on your car that you built from scratch. So it's not, Anyway. So so that's fine. None of this is problem solving, by the way. This is all just me manually doing the due diligence. I'm not confused about how to do this. Yeah. What I'm saying to everybody here is that the answer already is this information, all of the text that's at least the text that's saved in scriptable objects has semantic identification as part of its authoring. Like meet Harriet Loop 01, all of this, there's already a ton of information about this that makes this text here much more comprehensible. I know who's saying the dialogue, I know in which conversation it's taking place. It has a name, it's already got all that stuff. So I don't need to call this dialogue 00001 because that would just strip all of the information that's already in it. So the thing that I think that I want to do is the project mostly already has semantic kind of I guess referencing throughout any the project is mostly already by reference wherever there are scriptable objects involved, because the fields have names and those names are stored, and those fields are stored in files with titles and GUIDs. Okay, where this is not currently supported is anywhere that is in the above list. So not these ones. It's actually not item names or descriptions or quest description text. It's actually just anywhere where I've written it inside of VS Code, like inside of the .cs files. That would be the problem. i.e. anywhere, any text written in .cs files or serialized directly into the Unity scene. Or prefab. Those are my issues. And these are the ones where Unity's localization system might be valuable, because a lot of the time what they want you to do is take something that has text on it and then put a component on that text, and then the component has the options for you to relocalize it with different supported languages. But that is also not what we want to do. Like, if I was making a puzzle game that had like 100 lines of text max, you could do that, no problem. 100 components with text fields, fine. But we will need to do some sort of database exporting. Hey, Sunset Night, how's it going? So in that case, it's not enough to say, hey, there's a component here, here's the thing. Instead, you want to have some giant lookup where people can just write all the text, and then you want to be able to immediately recognize at runtime, this needs to be localized. Go to the lookup, get the text for it. Get text. What is get text? Maybe you mean for like localization? I think it might be. I think you can do it in games. You can avoid it and get the localized line from the table. Okay, well maybe the Unity software is okay. I haven't committed to a solution. That's all I'm trying to say. And that's almost irrelevant for this conversation. Not fully, but it's, you know. It's at least a part of the conversation we aren't at yet. It's also a part of the conversation that I personally don't want to be super involved in. This is something that I want to outsource. I just want to do a bit of a stock take to make sure that everything is referenceable. So, like, I'm not changing these glyphs, although maybe I should. Gosh. Yeah, I mean, I have faith that any system is, going to be suitable. If it gets used, like, it's not a novel problem. It's more just the aspects that are novel, which is my game. So, like, for example, this text is by reference, so that's translatable. The S is not. The S is a picture. All of the text in the buildings is not English, so that's fine. It's not supposed to be legible. But there are parts of the game where there is English text that's not it's not by reference anywhere. So, hang on a second. Hey, LeGinger. So this text here is not by reference anywhere. It's just fully hard-coded. Not only is it fully hard-coded, but the order of where the glyphs appear in the thing is serialized in the Unity project. So it's double bad because it means that, like, if this was Arabic, there's no way to recover this. Like, it's just completely wrong. Like, I've got like a text mesh pro that says press, and then a button prompt, and then a text mesh pro that says plus, then another button prompt, and then a text mesh pro that is a bunch more text. So that's all bad. Am I planning on entering this game into a Next Fest anytime this year? Probably not this year. I want to save Next Fest for almost when we're ready to release. Well, it's not even, no. I mean, it's not even that. This is scalable. It's not about the overlapping. It's that the word press is a single text. So, like, if this was French or like some other language, like, maybe the plus wouldn't be enough, or maybe it wouldn't be this plus this. Maybe it would be flipped on right to left. It's like maybe it needs to be down plus Z. And maybe the sentence that you would want to say doesn't even have this extra bit. Maybe you put all of this text in front of this part. So the point is, you would need something that was just text-based, first of all. So it's just all one string, and it needs to be referenceable. So there probably would have to be a component on this that is like an ID that says, hey, this is going to map to this string somewhere, and the English text would be here. Exactly. In French, it would be a different key, but that's fine. That's the thing is, this part is already solved. If I swap the keyboard inputs, you won't see Z, you'll see something else. So that's already by reference, but where it appears in the sentence is not by reference. Like, the game understands, if you're using a gamepad, then show the gamepad option. But still, it doesn't know how to. Well, they can't even be characters. They can't even be that. It has to be a either I do it where I do a description text and then glyphs. So it's like drop from platforms and then the glyphs. And that way it's not a sentence, it just is what it is. It's just text, like label, visual. We could do that. Or I need to be able to trust that the translators can appropriately build sentences with glyphs inside of them by giving them some sort of format where they do that. Like in this context, see, I have like the button icon and then just some text. Z, select page. X, close menu. I could do that again. Even this, input A plus Z. Like I'm not trying to build a full sentence out of that. So, yeah. Well, in this context, they're not even describing this. It's just going to be localizing the text. They don't need to localize the input button, or even, they're not even responsible for its visual presence. So maybe in this context, they also shouldn't be responsible for this visual presence. They should just be responsible for the label. So maybe it should just be drop from platforms. I think the struggle is, so this describes that, but the problem is the word press does something different here. I think that's why this is different, because in this context, there's no distinction between press and hold. That's the same input, right? Z is Z. You press the Z button, it does that. But here, sometimes in these in-world things, I have a thing that says hold this, then press this. So the word, the verb that sits next to the prompt is part of the prompt in this context. So if someone was localizing it, they would actually have to localize the word press as well to give context to this. I can't just show this and then just say drop from platforms. I mean, I can in this context, but if it was like hold this and then press forward, that's different. So in that case, they would need to be responsible for the whole sentence, including the glyphs and where the glyphs live in the sentence. Yeah, I'm not talking about the order right now. I'm just talking about whether they should be responsible for rendering the glyphs at all. And the point is, if the glyphs are enough to describe the action, then I could just have glyphs description. But if there's a special word that's order dependent, I mean, this is very picky on my part. This is like, it's like a pedagogy thing. If you show a button and then you use the verb of what you want to do with the button later, like if you were to say like to do action blah, something hold, make sure to hold it, you know, like the hold comes too late in a sentence, they're already going to read this and start pressing it. So you kind of want to front load the adjective or modifier so that they can't mistakenly do the wrong input. Like the proximity of these things is important. That's a me thing. Like I know it's important to me. It will cause a little bit of confusion at worst if it's not perfectly quality controlled. But it is something that I've dealt with. So an example here, like that is a sentence that includes the glyphs. Hold C and forward to sprint. As opposed to hold C and press forward, or press forward and hold C. Different things. If you hold C, he does this. And then you press forward, he does that. Whereas if you're, it doesn't matter. I gotta go, chat. I gotta go. I think this is fine. It is something we'll have to deal with, but I'll have to, I think, deal with the vendors. and they'll have to describe what they use, what works for them. I don't need to solve this without having spoken to them first. I just need to know where the weaknesses are, which we've identified today. So it's literally this: anything in a .cs file and anything that's serialized directly in the screen, in the scene. Are there any others in the game? Any other places where I've hard-coded text? Oh yeah, these. I don't believe that I bake text into any images anywhere. Let's have a quick look. I don't believe so. There is an S in the library, but that's not an image. It's pretty minor, all things considered. No, I don't think so. I don't bake text anywhere in the game with inside of a sprite. Oh, Armin's name in the journal, I suppose, but that's like one area where I might just keep it. You know, it's fine. In fact, is it even his name? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Just let it be. Let it be. It's like a signature. Like, he's not going to have a different signature in different languages. This was supposed to be the player entered name, which it used to be, but I don't think I want to do that anymore because I've moved to a save file number system. So now you don't have to write. You used to have to type your name in when you started the game. Armin is going to be called the same in each localized version. I mean, Harry Potter is the same, isn't he? Is he not Harry Potter everywhere? Or like, is that right? Wow. Well, I think like there are some things that I'm okay being in English no matter what. And it's specifically like this. This is, I don't think that, this is my knee-jerk reaction. I don't think that the player needs for this to be in their language. I don't think that's important. Like, that's his signature. He wrote it in this. Like in Harry Potter, Hogwarts isn't in a different place, right? Depending on the localization. Like in China, Hogwarts is not in China. It's in Scotland, right? So like King's Cross Station, if you call it King's Cross Station, that's what it's called, right? Maybe they might have a different... It's a tough one. Like we call Germany, Germany, but they call it Deutschland. But it wouldn't be wrong if in a German... maybe. Could be frustrating. I don't think it could be frustrating. I don't think it could be. This has no meaning in the game. Nothing happens when this is in English. It doesn't. It's not information that you use to play. This could be a smiley face. It's just his signature. It doesn't make the game. It doesn't reflect any gameplay. Like, is Walt Disney's signature localized? When you see the Disney logo, the logo's not localized, right? It's just his signature. So anyway, I mean, look, I'm sure somebody somewhere could ask me if it's a problem, but it's not gameplay related. It doesn't affect how the game works. So I'm not really. And lots of games have gameplay related things that are localized. Like the word combo in fighting games. Or the acronym KO. Right, KO is KO everywhere, right? Like in Japan, game set. I'm pretty sure in Smash Brothers game set. In the Japanese version, they say game set. That's English. And in lots of games, like flavor text like overdrive in FFX, localized. Not overdrive. Overkill. Like that's, I don't know if that's text. I think that's an image. The word overkill. Don't hold me to that. What does it say in French? Anyway, this is just my, as the author, this is my, in French it's also overkill. Et voilà. Mes amis, je quitte. Just quitte. On part. Is that a thing? All right. Thank you, pals. I gotta go. Hey, you should wishlist Insignia if you're interested. You can also sign up for the Steam test that's coming up very soon. Je vous quitte. I'm leaving you. Je vous quitte. Yeah. Steam Insignia on Steam. Steam playtest coming up very soon. Make sure you sign up for it. We're going to raid Incarn. Thank you, everybody. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. See you tomorrow. See ya tomorrow. Bye.